83 degrees, a lot of humidity, and there is the threat of rain later on. But right now we're in good shape with a light wind out of the west-southwest at 7 miles an hour. The Braves have taken the field, and here's the lineup that Javi Vasquez will face tonight. For Freddie Gonzalez, he'll have Chris Coughlin leading off and playing left field. Ross Gload in first base. Hanley Ramirez has hit in 15 straight games, and the last 11 of those, he is really tearing it up with 11 RBIs in those 11 games. He'll be followed by Dan Uggla in the cleanup spot, and the catcher John Baker. Ross, Hermida, Helms, and Sanchez round out the order. Nick Johnson, the first baseman, not in there with a bad hamstring. Jorge Cantu has a stiff neck, and he also missing the lineup tonight. Javi Vasquez is on the mound for the Braves, though. 33 years old, 6'2", 210. He's in his 11th year. Lost his last start to the Phillies, but pitched well again into the 7th inning. In fact, he's pitched 7 straight starts where he's gone at least 7 innings. He's 5-1 over that stretch. 10-8 on the year, 9th in the league in ERA at 2.99. 2 starts against Florida this year. He has struck out 20 Marlins in 13 1/3 innings, but he's 0-1 in those 2 starts as he goes to work against them tonight. And defensively behind him, the outfield. Hey, how about Reed Gurecki getting his first Major League start in left field? He'll have Church in center, Diaz in right, Jones, Escobar, and Fontaine LaRoche from third to first. Brian McCann will do the catching. We're set to get underway. And another big series, Chip, one that the Braves need to win at the very least and try to put some distance between themselves and another team vying for a postseason berth.
You climb the ladder one rung at a time, and the Marlins the next rung on that ladder from the Braves' perspective. They're tied in the East, tied in the wild card, and that pitch tied up Chris Coughlin, who was thinking about a leadoff home run and missed the ball by about a foot. So a very good start for Javier Vasquez in tonight's series opener. Coughlin, a very impressive young player for this Marlins club. 7 homers, 34 knocked in, and a .290 batting average. And there are some, partner, who are touting this kid as a potential Rookie of the Year candidate.
Yeah, and he hasn't had that many at-bats, but he is really liked by Freddie Gonzalez and his staff. Everybody saying making rave reviews about him, and he was really an infielder. He got moved to the outfield, was told to move to the outfield and get some games in before he was called up. And he said, in 2 games, I didn't get 1 fly ball. I had some base hits at Timmy. The first fly ball I caught since I was 12 years old was in a Major League game in Colorado.
So where's the old adage that the ball will find you? It didn't happen to Coughlin, did it?
That's right.
But he's out of Palm Harbor, Florida, lives in Tarpon Springs, Florida, a compensation pick in the 2006 draft out of the University of Mississippi. And a flare hit to left. Gurecki is there. One down. Good start for Vasquez. Javi trails only Tim Lincecum among strikeout leaders in the National League this year. Lincecum with 207 of them for the Giants. Vasquez with 178. Giovanni Gallardo of Milwaukee, third on that list with 171. And as you mentioned, if there's a lineup that's tailor-made for Vasquez, it's this Marlins club. Fair to say they're a feast or famine hitting team?
They are, and that's why they miss Nick Johnson since he was acquired by Washington. Apparently he and Coughlin especially have made a big impression on the rest of the hitters in the lineup. Those guys work the count. They go to deep counts, and some of the other hitters who have up to this point been free swingers for Florida have kind of taken note. But Johnson with a bad hamstring. Cantu, as we mentioned, who has done some damage against Atlanta this year, out of there with a bad neck.
And talking with Freddie Gonzalez today about Nick Johnson, he said it's real unlikely that he'll play at all in this series. They have an off day coming up on Monday. That would give him 8 full days of rest. As the pitch by Ross Gload skied a mile high into right. Matty Diaz puts that away for the second out. And it's 2 up, 2 down for Vasquez. And Hanley Ramirez, an MVP candidate, digs in.
Is he ever? He's a runaway leader right now with the batting title, hitting .357. And again, he's hit in 15 straight games. It's a career high, and 82 RBIs, also a career high. He had 81 all of last year.
And a 16-game hit streak for Hanley Ramirez as he splits the right center field gap. Big wide turnaround first, and he'll throw out an anchor, and that's the first Marlin hit of this game.
Mentioned that he's first in the league in batting average. He's first in hits, just added to that with 158 now. First in doubles and tied for second in on-base percentage. He's also ranked real high in hitting with runners in scoring position. He and Yunel Escobar have been kind of right around the same number all year long, trading position in the standings on that. And his 16-game streak, the longest current streak in baseball.
Well, here's the man that maybe personifies that feast or famine offensive philosophy that the Marlins have. Dan Uggla, 22 home runs, 65 runs batted in, but not a high batting average. 106 strikeouts, but also 69 walks out of the cleanup spot.
Yeah, more walks for him, and he hasn't been in the cleanup spot all year, but he's doing a good job for them right now, and gives Hanley Ramirez some protection. But he had a great series against Atlanta earlier this year in that sweep of the Braves. Drove in 6 runs, and primarily was the culprit in that 3-game sweep. 6 for 11 in that series.
Now you see a lot more patience for Dan Uggla, as he's had 4 years in a row of 20 or more home runs. That's certainly great production for a man that was a Rule 5 pick by this Florida club.
Yeah, but never 100 RBIs.
Right.
He's never broken that barrier, and primarily because he strikes out so much. He's had lots of other opportunities to drive in more runs, but because of all the whiffs, it cuts into his production.
Didn't he hit higher in the order than 4th, though, too, in his early days with the Marlins?
At times, yeah. Sometimes he actually hits 2nd.
So in fairness to Dan, maybe not as many RBI chances as he's seeing now. They're certainly hoping he can finish with a big flourish, as the Marlins and Braves tied for the East 2nd place position and tied for 3rd in the wild card tonight. But he's a guy you know what you're going to get. And that's his game.
You know he's going to swing hard.
Yes. And they need the air conditioning in their ballpark. That's for sure, as hot and humid as it is down in Miami. Same story here tonight in Atlanta. See the cloudy skies overhead. A rain shower passed through here about an hour and a half, hour and 45 minutes ago. And still very thick at Turner Field. 2 balls, 2 strikes to Dan Uggla.
That was a good pitch, and one that he usually offers that. But able to lay off. Nice slow curveball just off the plate.
Ramirez runs, and Uggla swings through an off-speed pitch. Steady diet of breaking stuff takes care of Dan Uggla. Javi's first punch out of the night leaves a man aboard in the top of our scoreless first.
hitter, but three in a real struggle. The labrum surgery is not an easy one.
Word on Martin Prado is that Bobby would like to give him a couple more days to have his headache situation calm down. Not on the DL, but a question to his availability. And Garrett Anderson also questionable tonight with that back stiffness that knocked him out of last night's game in the first inning.
That one really surprised me, as hot and as humid as you all were talking about last night in New York. How can anybody stiffen up in that kind of thick and oppressive weather?
I don't know. And I asked him if it was due to a swing at the plate. And he said, no, I just felt it coming on before that, and it never got better, and it prevented him from being able to run.
And that's ball 4 high from Anibal Sanchez. And a good start for Omar Infante and the Braves here in the bottom of the first.
Here's the defense for the Marlins, and they are tied for 11th with 77 errors this year. Coughlin, Ross, and Hermida from left to right. Helms, Ramirez, Ugla, and Glode from third to first. And Baker doing the catching. This team was the worst defensive team in baseball last year, made a ton of errors, and they've worked very hard to try to improve on that. And at least it moved up a few rungs on the National League ladder, tied for 11th.
Ryan Church, the batter for the Braves. Had a good road trip. 5 hits in 13 tries up at Citi Field in New York.
Yeah, 3 hits on Wednesday, 2 last night off Santana, no less.
That to me was the most impressive part of the win last night for the Braves, was the work Atlanta's left-hand batters did against Johan Santana in the game. McCann had good at-bats. LaRoche had good at-bats. Church had a good at-bat or two. And that, I think, is going to be one of the keys in the final 6 weeks for this Braves club. How do these left-handed hitters handle left-handed pitching? Because you know you're going to see a lot of it.
They're going to get a steady diet of it. And the more you see some stuff like left-handed pitchers and how the ball breaks, the better you're going to be. And the Braves have good left-handed hitters in those situations. Kelly Johnson, Brian McCann especially.
Here's Chipper. He could use a hit in the worst way. 0 for his last 17. Can't remember a time where Chipper didn't have a hit in New York.
Yeah, that's ridiculous. 1997, there was a 3-game series where he went hitless, 0 for 6, and had an 0 for series at almost at Citi Field earlier this week.
It's $20 per Shea reference, you know.
I almost said it.
Yeah, well, you got halfway.
You know, I got it halfway. How do you know I was going to say Shea?
Well, you want to pay the 10, or do you want to tell him what you were going to say? It's your choice, buddy. 2 balls, no strikes to Chipper. Now 3-0. Marlins really don't know what they're going to get out of Anibal Sanchez. Again, talking with Freddie Gonzalez before the game, that's the one concern that they have about this guy in particular. You're injured twice, your shoulder's bothering you. It's a real crapshoot for the Marlins starter as he walks his second man of the inning. Neither of the final 2 pitches to Chipper Jones were anywhere close to the strike zone.
The way the Braves are swinging the bat right now, Chip, that you're just asking for trouble if you're putting extra guys on base. Brian McCann has homered in each of his last 2 games. That came at the expense of the Mets, and last night went second deck off Santana. That was number 15 for him on the year.
And those home runs in that ballpark were not just, wow, fence scrapers. They were tape measure shots, weren't they?
Crushed. We had a softball hitting exhibition before tonight's game that was like home run derby. He and LaRoche were like trying to outdo each other at Citi Field this week.
I mean, that's a gigantic ballpark. And the Braves made it look like Williamsport. There's they have done most of this second half. Sanchez will try to start a double play, and he did. Very nice turn out at short by Hanley Ramirez. Chipper went in hard, as you'd expect him to try to do to break things up. 1-6-3, and out goes Atlanta. We have a scoreless first here at Turner Field. Oh, the octagon stuff?
Yes. And one of the media outlets down in Florida called the gym where he works out, and they said, we didn't even know he was a big league ball player.
Really?
They were surprised to learn that. And they were talking about his regimen and what he does. So anybody that charges the mound, beware.
1 ball, 2 strikes. Well, that's what you want in your catcher. That's a lost art these days, isn't it? Guy charging the mound, the catcher's supposed to stop the batter from getting to the pitcher.
6'1", 230. I'd say he's got a good shot of doing that.
You could take him. Had him reaching, and that's pulled foul past first.
I know that it's a very popular sport among ball players who like to watch it on videos in the team lounges and all that stuff, but he's the first guy I've heard of that is a
fighting part, right?
Right.
That's a whole different animal. 1 ball, 2 strikes, and it's popped up shallow center. And that's playable for Yunel Escobar. He points to himself, makes the catch. And 4 of 5 retired by Vasquez to start tonight's game. Cody Ross, the batter. He's the Marlins center fielder, having a breakout year for them. He's hit 20 homers and knocked in 66. And if you are to believe the internet rumors, was a trade target of the Braves when the Jeff Francoeur situation started to percolate. The Marlins very happy that they have kept Cody Ross.
Tough to make deals within your division. Even if it makes sense for both sides, you're always reluctant to make that kind of deal for fear of that player you're sending away coming back to haunt you. Braves were able to do that with the Mets when they got Church for Francoeur, but it's a rarity, especially in season. Got to say, that man's done a lot of things to help improve this ball club, though.
Yes, he has. And really, job number 1 was improve the pitching of this team. And I don't think there's any question that Frank Wren has done that this year. As Ross lines a shot to right field for the second Florida hit. Braves last year had 1 man pitch 180 innings or more. 1 in rotation. They're going to have men flying by that in bunches in 2009.
Nice piece of hitting here by Ross on a breaking ball that was off the plate.
And so the improved starting staff with the return to health of Moylan and Soriano and Gonzalez has made this Braves pitching staff coming into tonight's play the 3rd best ERA in the league. Runner aboard for Jeremy Hermida, the Atlanta native. 2 for 6 lifetime is he against Vasquez. And that one served into shallow right center field. Late break in right by Diaz, and he can't get there. Nor can Church. And what happened on that play? That ball hung up there a long time. It's another hit for the Marlins.
I don't think Matt Diaz saw that ball. He got a late break, so did Church. I don't know if they had a hard time picking it up. This was just a routine pop-up. Ryan's on the run, but no man's land. And Ross closer to second base than to first in case it dropped, able to get there ahead of any force play. Tough break for Vasquez.
Tough outfield here, too. No lights behind the outfielders. We've heard them describe the baseball on a night like this where you've got that kind of a leaden sky and sort of a twilighty feel to the proceedings. Ball looks like a pebble going up in the air. Very difficult to see. Is that what you felt?
Yeah, very gray. Back of the baseball on their side of the baseball is very gray.
And you can see from that shot how that ball would blend into that cloudy sky overhead. But can't worry about that now with Wes Helms up and 2 on, 1 out, 1 strike count to the former Brave. Helms has been a reserve player for most of the season for this Florida club, and that's another area I think, Joe, they've improved their team. Their bench is very, very productive.
Helms from the right side, Glode from the left side have done good work for these guys.
Slow hit ground ball to Chipper. Steps on the pillow. Fires to first and got him. Double play.
Perfect.
2 for the price of 1. Retires Helms and the Marlins. A 5-3 putout and a tough hop handled at third base by Chipper Jones.
Fans, it's time for the know-how question of the game built by the Home Depot. If you have a question, send Chip and I an email, and if chosen, we'll answer it later in the game. Send your email to braves@peachtreetv.com. Please tell us your name and where you're from. And don't forget, more saving, more doing. That's the power of Home Depot.
Nice crowd tonight at Turner Field, welcoming the Braves back after they took 2 out of 3 from the dreaded and despised New York Mets.
Lousy, stinking Mets.
Yeah. Well, yeah, it's true. Mets made some news tonight, by the way, as Adam LaRoche takes the ball high. Joe and I were talking before the game, not only about how well the Braves played in that series, especially after the disappointment of Game 1, but boy, did Billy Wagner look good in his 1 inning, his first inning back from Tommy John surgery, and very promptly the Mets placed him on waivers. And a report on the wire tonight says that Billy Wagner's already been claimed off waivers.
Yeah, by Boston. Rumors had him going to the Yankees, and I'm sure for the Mets that works out well, because if he can go to Boston and pitch well against New York, makes the Yankees look bad and therefore helps the Mets.
The back pages and the publicity and all of that, right?
Mm-hmm. Right.
So how does that work now? Do they have a certain amount of time to work out a deal, or the Mets can simply let the Red Sox take him in his contract? Is that how that works?
Yes, there's a waiver price.
There's a strikeout of LaRoche, first of the night for Sanchez, 1 up, 1 down in the inning.
There's a waiver price. I want to say it's $50,000. It may be more now these days. Good pitch to the outside corner by Sanchez. Good command there. Or if the Mets say, well, we're not going to let you have him. These are revocable waivers, meaning we can bring him back, but we won't do that if you'll send us a player. So they work out a little something in compensation other than cash.
I'm sure the Mets will hold out for John Lester.
I'm sure it'll work. The way things are going for Omar Minaya, I'm sure he thinks that would work.
Escobar takes a shot at right, and Hermida, nearly caught flat-footed, makes the play for a quick second out. Well, if Billy Wagner is placed on waivers and gets sent to the Red Sox, Gary Sheffield is going to walk straight upstairs and find Omar Minaya and throttle him.
Well, the story was yesterday that he had a meeting with Omar Minaya, and Minaya wouldn't give him a straight answer as far as what they were going to do with him. And Gary said, okay, fine. I'm not playing until you just tell me what you're going to do with me. So he didn't play last night. And the Braves said thank you very much.
Yes, absolutely. Mets continue to be team turmoil as they are set to play the Phillies tonight at Citi Field. I almost said Shea 2. I think we're even. 1 ball. It's in your blood. You just can't help yourself, can you? Matty Diaz is rolling, folks. Playing very good baseball. Hitting lefties, hitting righties. And maybe playing himself into an everyday job, irrespective of when Nate McLeod comes back from his hamstring.
When Matt gets on a roll, you don't want to take him out of the lineup, no matter who's pitching. 3-run jack the first night. Second night, he goes the other way. And this is the team, Florida, that he's always hit well against, but not this year. 0 for 8 this season against the Marlins, and they've been a team he's really picked on in his career.
Yeah, a couple of years ago, he hit well over 500 against them.
There are the numbers. Up to this year, a .425 average with 7 homers.
That in on his hands and fouled back to stay alive. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
By the way, we got some confirmation. Tim Hudson will pitch Sunday at Gwinnett, and according to the White Sox notes, Jake Peavy will do the same.
So if you can't make plans to join us downtown in Atlanta, head on up to Gwinnett for that star-studded pitching matchup as Diaz fooled on a breaking ball, and Sanchez has a 1-2-3 bottom half of a scoreless second inning.
pretty tightly bunched as well. What a year Vasquez has had. Has 10 wins, could easily have 13 or 14, couple of breaks. Blown games by the bullpen. Closing in on 2,200 strikeouts.
Nice round number. He's got one strikeout tonight, and he's quickly ahead of his pitching counterpart, Anibal Sanchez, who leads off the floor to third.
.179 strikeouts and only 34 walks.
There's the second strikeout of the game. And back to the top of Chris Coghlan. You know, the reputation of Javi Vasquez this year, coming into his first season with the Braves, is he'd have one bad inning where things would just implode. I think that we've seen limited evidence of that, but at least from my way of thinking, not nearly as often as we were led to believe that being the case.
And that was like in April. There were a couple of instances of that in April, but really none since that stick out.
But consistency is his middle name as Chris Coghlan takes a strike. Last 10 years, 10 or more wins, 150 innings or more out of Javi Vasquez. He's durable, he's dependable, and again has really helped shore up what has been a stellar Atlanta starting staff, which has the most quality starts of any team in the National League coming into tonight's play, and that's how you fight for a playoff spot.
He's just been better than I thought he was. I mean, I saw him pitch a lot when he was with Montreal, pitch against Atlanta, and I thought he was pretty good. But I didn't know he was this good.
You talk to people who watched him pitch in the American League, and they would say, how does a guy with 4 quality pitches like he has and the control of them ever lose?
Bad breaks here and there.
And maybe he's just better suited for this league, which may be the case. 1 ball, 2 strikes as Coghlan looks low and outside. We told you he was a supplemental draft pick by the Marlins. When A.J. Burnett was signed by Toronto as a free agent, they got a pick. And this is the man they selected, so that worked out well for the Fish. And a screaming line drive is belted past Omar Infante for a clean hit. 34th hit this month for Coghlan. That leads everybody in the National League.
Short swing, too. Very little to get the bat started, and then just takes the barrel right to the ball. Nice swing.
If they let Dan Uggla go at some point, will this guy be the second coming of Chase Utley in the National League East?
Well, I don't know about that, but I bet he can certainly play the position. Gives them a lot of insurance there if they decide they want to make a deal for Uggla.
Here's Ross Glode. He flying to right his first time up. This guy's a villain for Atlanta fans. Remember, he had a game-winning home run July 28th against the Braves.
Yeah, for Rafael Soriano. His first ever walk-off hit. He's been around a while.
1 ball, 1 strike.
Here's some other things on Javi, something today that I didn't know. He's had at least 10 wins and at least 150 strikeouts for 10 consecutive seasons. And according to the Elias Sports Bureau, he's only the 10th pitcher in Major League history to accomplish that feat, and 8 of them are in the Hall of Fame. And the other guy that's not in the Hall of Fame other than Javi is Roger Clemens. So that's pretty good company, and that's durability and consistency.
How many career wins does Javi have?
137. Do you know how many career losses he has? 137.
Pitch popped up on a hit and run and into the seats, fouling out of play. That's shocking to me. Shocking on both counts. I would have guessed he would have had many more wins, and I would have guessed he would have had many less losses.
Me too. Right at 500 after the loss to Philadelphia last Sunday.
Yeah, in fairness, he toiled for a lot of years up in Montreal with the Expos for some Montreal teams that weren't very good. That certainly isn't going to help you. Pitched with the Arizona Diamondbacks when they were in their infancy as an organization. That didn't help. Didn't pitch well for the Yankees when they had him. As pitch grounded to the right side. Again, runner in motion for the Marlins. Load is retired. Runner Coghlan to second, but with 2 outs for Hanley Ramirez. You see the Marlins skipper, Fredi Gonzalez, very comfortable in his perch atop the Florida dugout hierarchy. A couple more years left on his contract. New stadium coming online in a couple of years. The future very bright for the Fish and for this man. He's the only guy signed long term for when they move into their new stadium in 2012. Hanley Ramirez.
Hitting with runners in scoring position has been one of his fortes, as we mentioned. You know, tops in the league at 418. Ramirez at 398 now. Both guys having terrific seasons, but what a year for Hanley Ramirez.
Who had a chat this spring with Albert Pujols about his secret to hitting with runners in scoring position. And he said, Albert, and his advice was, quote, an FBI secret. He wasn't going to give it away. Not to tip his hand to the opposing pitching staff, but most of the scouts will tell you that Hanley Ramirez will try in these situations to do what he did in his first at bat, hit the ball into the right center field gap. He'll have to really protect now with an 0-2 count in a scoreless game.
These fans into it, trying to help Javi out here.
Struck him out swinging. Nasty pitch. Boy, his breaking stuff has been exceptionally good tonight. Third strikeout for Javier Vasquez, and he'll hit second when the Braves come up in a moment. Well, only a little bit of turbulence in those stormy skies for Javier Vasquez so far tonight. 4 hits allowed, but he has struck out 3 fish. And it is time for our Airtran Airways home run inning, where one lucky fan will have a chance to win free airfare for 2 if the Braves hit a homer this inning. Visit PeachTreeTV.com/Braves for the official rules and enter for your chance to win. Airtran Airways, go. There's nothing stopping you.
That looks like the 8-10 down to Fort Lauderdale now. That was awesome. Not often you get to see what the camera operator sees through his viewfinder.
That is where picture-in-picture first came from.
There you go.
Probably a Major League Baseball telecast with that kind of artistic shot.
That's what we like to call in the TV broadcast business art.
Yes. Our producer Scott Cockrell learned that at Laguna High School.
They are the artists, you know.
Yes. What did they used to be? Swing and a miss by Reed Gurecki. He's down swinging. And Anibal Sanchez has yet to surrender a hit. That's 2-3 put out after the strikeout. That is 3 for the Marlins starter tonight.
3 of the last 4. I said earlier that his last start came against Atlanta when he got hurt. They put him on the DL, and then he actually came back for one start just to check it out. And that came against Milwaukee a month later, June 2nd, but only went 3 innings. He was in no shape to pitch and has been on the DL ever since. But his rehab since then has been so good, and he's been very aggressive with that he kind of pressed them to activate him, let him pitch.
And they really need him to come in and pitch and stabilize this rotation, as Hanley Ramirez has an easy play. And the reason for that is simple. The Marlins are kind of in uncharted territory. We've talked all year long about how good this staff is, how young this staff is. But the cost of sending youth out there every 5th day is innings pile up, and when the games matter most, you really don't know what you're going to get because of fatigue. A lot of these Marlins youngsters are piling up innings and going a route they've never gone before, deep into games and deep into high inning counts in 2009. And they're hoping Anibal Sanchez can lighten some of that load for them.
Well, Vandenherk is back in AAA, and so is Andrew Miller. But you got Josh Johnson, Ricky Nolasco, and Volstad. Of those 3, Johnson and Volstad have certainly passed their career highs in innings pitched. Nolasco's still a little shy of that. He probably won't even come close to the 212 innings he pitched last year. But here's a comparison for their 3 big guys, their big horses, and Johnson is their ace. So, as you said, uncharted territory in terms of how well they'll hold up, and Josh Johnson just a little over a year removed from Tommy John surgery.
Little flare into shallow right, but Hermida is there, and that retires the side. No winners confounded in our Airtran Airways home run inning of the game. Please register at PeachtreeTV.com/Braves for official rules and your chance to win. And he wails away and pops it to shallow right. Just what Vasquez likes to see, one pitch, one out.
I don't think Matt Diaz saw that one off the bat either.
Again, it's still a very tough night. Sky's not pitch black. It's kind of a bluish gray color. You can see from that shot, look at how dark the outfield looks tonight.
Well, from that shot, it's fine. But Matt Diaz is looking back the other way, and it's not quite that dark. And I don't think he got a good jump on that, but fortunately it was hit right to him.
Here's the catcher, John Baker. He popped out his first time up. All right, let's think about shortstops. Shortstops have won batting titles. You got to think Honus Wagner's on that list, right?
I think there's been some since then, though. I'm going to go Barry Larkin on that one.
That's a good call. Former Cincinnati Red. Did Cal ever win a batting title?
National League.
Oh, National League, excuse me, National League. So that.
And I believe Ripken did.
1 ball, 1 strike to Baker. It's as if the ghost of Hal Galima is sitting amongst us, torturing us with yet another difficult trivia question tonight.
Little Joe's here tonight, just wearing us out.
Yeah, 1 game back in the saddle and comes in and goes all MIT on us.
Mm-hmm.
One, 2. Just missed outside. 2 balls, 2 strikes. That's the thing about the shortstop position in our league, too. The evolution of that position in this league in particular. In the American League, you get guys who can just wail on the baseball. 60s, 70s, 80s as Vasquez heats him up upstairs. The premium was on defense in the National League among shortstops, but then Barry Larkin did indeed come along. Gary Templeton, guys like that turned it into another offensive spot on the field.
Went upstairs, heated him up above his hands. Baker couldn't catch up with that one. You're right, the curveball's been good tonight, but it all works off the fastball, and that was a beauty.
Cody Ross has one of Florida's 4 hits.
We talk about Vasquez and how he's had some tough luck, or he'd have more wins, and it really, the best example is what he's done here at home. He's 3-6 at Turner Field this year, but his ERA is 3.02. So that's just some bad luck.
Kind of like Kawakami was going through. When he got 2 runs a game when he's in the game, and 5-9 record. Can't win if you don't get scored for.
Tell you what Kenshin did last night. Got off to a rough start. He wasn't very aggressive in the first inning. Gave up a couple of walks and a double and left the bases loaded. Pitched out of that and then really settled in. Worked fast. Used his fastball more. And the only 2 walks, the only 3 ball counts he went to were those 2 walks in the first inning.
I love the reference that you and Boog made last night. Both called a great game, but remembering Josh Fogg of Colorado a couple of years ago, the term was the Dragon Slayer. Every time Fogg went to the mound, it was against the other team's #1 guy, and he gave him a quality start and a chance to win. And that's what Kawakami has done despite a losing record this year.
He has indeed. He got a big kick out of that after the game when I called him that too, and it was translated to him. I think he was thinking of Godzilla.
Yeah, I'll bet that went over big.
Yeah.
Popped up foul out of play. Yeah, Daichi is translator. Did he look at you cross-eyed and say,
No.
"What the heck are you talking about?"
No, he thought it was really. He thought it was pretty funny. Really started spotting his fastball after the first inning. Got Francoeur to back up on that slider, helped himself out there with a soft line drive, and had some fun with it. Great job, and beat another good one in Santana.
Breaking ball hangs up there. Chipper on a big hop, off balance, and just got his man. Good play over at third base. That's 2 turned in by Chipper tonight. 3 up, 3 down in the top half of the 4th inning. Still a scoreless game.
We go to the bottom of the 4th. Braves looking for their first hit. Time for the answer to tonight's Toyota Tacoma trivia question. Who was the last shortstop to win the National League batting title? It was not Barry Larkin. It was in 1960 with the Pittsburgh Pirates, Dick Groat, who also played in the NBA.
Ryan Church swings and misses as the Braves come up in the home half of the 4th inning.
Only 3 shortstops have won National League batting titles, Chip. One was your guy, Honus Wagner, multiple titles. His last one was 1911. Just mentioned Dick Groat. In 1935, Archie Vaughan. Oddly enough, all 3 shortstops that have won batting titles were Pirates.
And a big star at Duke was Dick Groat. Signed by Branch Rickey, who was the Pirates general manager after he graduated. 2-time All-American in basketball and baseball. Was Dick Groat, who finished his playing career with the Giants in 1967. Ball 3 to Ryan Church. Braves have had a couple of chances in this game. Had 2 on, 1 out in the first, hit into a double play. That's it.
Yeah, 7 in a row set down by Sanchez. Good return so far for him.
Little squibber off the side of the mound. Funny spin. Ramirez the play. Another thing you like about John Baker, look at where the catcher ends up as that ball is thrown to first. Sprinting down the first base line, trailing the runner just in case the ball ricochets away from first baseman Ross Globe. Here's Chipper.
One of the more aggressive swings Chipper's taken during this 0 for 18 or 0 for 17 he's been in.
Late again. Sanchez humping it up now to 93 miles an hour. He pitched very carefully to Chipper. His first time up, everything was away from him. And Chipper drew a walk. Now he's down 0-2 and now 0-3. 0 for 18 is Chipper Jones now. 9 in a row retired by Sanchez, and that's his 4th strikeout.
Started that one in to have it come back. Chipper didn't like the call from Bob Davidson.
Shift on for Brian McCann. 3 defenders on the right side of the Florida infield now. A shift the Braves employ a lot against Ryan Howard of the Phillies.
Yeah, ugly. Very deep out there in right field for second baseman. But I like what Freddie Gonzalez does here. And we've seen this from a couple of managers. He leaves his shortstop to play shortstop. Wes Helms goes over to the right side of the diamond, rather than have your third baseman play shortstop.
This was originally called the Ted Williams shift back in the old days of the American League, when Lou Boudreau, who was the player manager of the Cleveland Indians, employed it against the Red Sox star. There were many who said Ted Williams could just bang the ball off the Green Monster at Fenway Park if he so desired, because they were inviting him to hit the ball the other way, but he wasn't going to do it. He loved to pull the ball, and many times did indeed hit it right into that defensive alignment. If that hadn't been the case, he might have hit 500.
Well, it's safe to say he didn't bunt.
No, or tried to.
No.
2-2. Out of play, foul.
And it's funny because one of the things that Ted Williams tried to teach and profess was that there are a lot of hits up the middle, that there's nobody other than the pitcher standing between you and a base hit if you try to hit the ball between the shortstop and second baseman.
Yeah, but you're a parent, right? How
Yes.
many times did you say, do as I say, not as I do, right?
Brian's hit in 5 straight, but hit into that easy comebacker that started a double play in the first.
And Anibal Sanchez makes mincemeat of Church, Chipper, and Brian McCann. He set down 10 men in a row. And oh, by the way, a troubling sign. Nothing across for Atlanta through 4 tonight.
Braves baseball on Beach Street TV brought to you by Jamison Inns. Atlanta-based Jamison Inns ranked #1 in guest service nationwide for 5 straight years. Check into Jamison Inns and experience our new pillow top premium beds and the best in Southern hospitality. Jamison Inns, you deserve a new deal.
It's a scoreless game as we head to the top of the 5th inning. Good pitching, as we have talked about these two clubs all year long, on display in Game 1 of this weekend series. It's very simple. For the Braves and Marlins, second place in the East is on the line with the outcome of this game, and third place in the wild card is on the line with the outcome of this game. Jeremy Hermida starts things off for Florida. Javi Vasquez has retired 5 in a row. He struck out 4 and has scattered 4 singles in this game. And Hermida quickly down 0-2.
Jeremy Hermida's been on a salary drive here lately. 9 for 27 coming in, and got the pop-up single here tonight that dropped in between the outfielders and second base. Nine for 29 against Atlanta on the season with 10 strikeouts.
Outfield shades him around toward left as the 1-2 pitch comes home, and Hermida has a seat. 5th strikeout for Vasquez in the game. He's matched Sanchez so far tonight.
It's 2,198. Good changeup to a perfect spot, moving away from him, and Jeremy trying to pull that pitch. Not only was he out front, but committed too soon in terms of trying to pull the ball.
Wes Helms has a 5-game hit streak, as Vasquez might have to head to Kmart after this game if he keeps pitching the way he is. ...183 strikeouts for the year. Liner. That's well out of play, foul. Lots of big rivalry games, partner, in baseball tonight. Braves will keep a close eye on the scoreboard later this evening. It's the Giants and the Rockies. That's a big one for the wild card. The Mets and Phillies trying to play at Citi Field. Weather in the Northeast not good tonight. It's in a rain delay in New York tonight. Helms. Foul past third, where Bo Porter stands by, the third base coach.
This Marlins team is a lot like Atlanta this month. They have really relied on their offense to do most of the damage. They've been getting good pitching, but in the month of August, they're averaging over 6 runs a game. Number 1 in major leagues in average hits and on base percentage, 2nd in runs, 2nd in RBIs and walks. They had their, I think it was 15-game streak ended last night of 10 or more hits in a game. And that was the most since when? 1922? Is that what we found? The record is 18 games set in 1922 by the St. Louis Browns and also the 25 Indians.
But even with that unbelievable offensive work, they lost ground in the standings. A fly ball to left. Garecki's got it, 2 outs. They lost ground in the East. They lost ground in the wild card. Which I think goes to show you, if you don't pitch, no matter how good your offense is, you are going to have trouble.
Also goes to show you how good the Phillies are playing right now, too, and how hard they are to slow down.
How about Jason Worth? 2 more home runs last night. Nobody talks about him. They talk about Rollins and they talk about Ibanez and Hamels and Lee, and justifiably so. But give me 8 Jason Worth type players and find a way to win a lot of games with guys like him. He is a terrific player.
He hits a lot of homers from gap to gap, from right center to left center. He'll pull some, but tremendous power straight away.
And long loping strides with good speed in the outfield as Sanchez rolls to short to retire the side. 3 up, 3 down for Javi Vasquez. A terrific pitcher's duel tonight. We'll see if the middle of the Braves order can get something, anything going in a scoreless game.
Fans, it's a great weekend to come down to Turner Field as the Braves take on these Marlins. Tomorrow, check out the Braves batting practice experience, and on Sunday, there'll be a classic car show out in the green lot prior to the game, and then a parade around the warning track of all the winners of the car show. And, of course, every Sunday, kids under 14 get to run the bases after the game. Show your support for the home team down the stretch as they rally, try to catch on to a postseason berth. That's the Braves, and there are your matchups for the weekend. Tommy Hansen goes after win number 9 tomorrow night against hard-throwing Chris Volstadt. Derek Lowe on Sunday against Ricky Nolasco. That's a 1:35 start. Right here on Peachtree tomorrow night. Ron Gantner will have the game, and Boog and I will be back on Sunday on Fox Sports South.
Then it's an off day Monday, and then the Padres come in for 3 games. These are obviously important. They're all important. Now we're in the 40s with games remaining and creeping closer to the high 30s. So it's turning into a sprint now, as you can see the finish line tape ahead as the Braves and Marlins scoreless entering this 5th inning. So many times it happens in a game like this. Opposing pitcher enters the middle innings, cruising right along. And somebody will let him know he's got a no-hit bid working. And that's what Sanchez has. He already has one of those in his career.
Yeah, he does, back in 2006 when he went 10-3 and let the Marlins know that he was going to be a part of the rotation for a long time. And then those shoulder problems crept up. It's something he's doing. He's working quickly, and the Braves need to maybe step out on him a little bit, break his routine here as he gets ready to pitch.
Walked a couple men in the first, but that's it. As LaRoche pulls the ball out of play, foul. The other story about Sanchez is you think about players developed by the Red Sox. That's where he and Hanley Ramirez came from. They traded those 2 men to the Marlins for Josh Beckett and Mike Lowell. Deal that certainly has helped both of those great franchises. Fly ball, center field, well hit, but it's playable. A step shy of the wall. Adam gave it a ride, but Cody Ross tracked it down. And there's the first real heart-stopping chance for Atlanta's offense so far tonight.
There's some guys, not just Matt Diaz that we showed you was 0 for 8 this year against Florida, now 0 for 9, but some other guys that haven't done much against the Marlins. Escobar came in hitting .222 against them, only 1 RBI on the year. McCann 3 for 21, Chipper hitting .222. So not a lot of hitting against this Florida pitching staff.
Line foul, and that's been the other calling card for Sanchez after nibbling a bit, I think, in the first inning. I think he's come out much more aggressively since.
Especially on first pitch strikes.
And even when the Braves get a good pitch to hit, they're late on it.
Yeah, I was just going to say, and he's had a good fastball. Those were back-to-back 93 fastballs. Remember the one he struck out Chipper on that he got the call from Bob Davidson was a fastball, a two-seamer that he kind of backed up over the inside part of the plate. So he's got some late movement, too. His shoulder surgery, I'm told, was not some routine go in there, clean everything up, tighten up the rotator and the labrum, and sew him back up. There were screws and plates involved, okay? Ooh. So it was a very serious surgery. And then he just had a horrible personal tragedy. During his recovery, he and his wife lost an infant son. And goodness knows how he was able to deal with that and continue his rehab and try to focus on getting back to the big leagues. But you know how difficult that must have been.
Oh. Who cares about baseball when you deal with that? As he pulls a string and takes care of Escobar. 12 up, 12 down, 6 strikeouts for Anibal Sanchez. And 2 are down, bases clear, still scoreless.
That was just a straight changeup from up here. It looked like a breaking ball, but not so.
Matt Diaz took a called third strike, ending the Atlanta second. Again, strike one. What does that mean as a hitter? 1-0 count, 0-1 count.
Well, it puts you on your heels right away from a defensive standpoint instead of knowing that you're going to get something to hit if he's behind 2-0 or 3-1. I mean, even Ryan Church last inning had a 3-1 count, and he got a change up and hit it off the very end of the bat, kind of a cued grounder to short. There you go, Matt. Break it up a little, make him slow down some.
And Sanchez not too happy about that, takes a little walk behind the mound. It did indeed break his rhythm just a moment. Sanchez, 6 feet tall, 219 pounds, 25 years old. Out of Maracay, Venezuela.
Same hometown as Martin Prado. .94 on that fastball.
That no-hitter September 6th in just his 13th Major League start in 2006. Got a ground ball hit toward third. Helms has it. And a bullet to first is in time. It's getting serious now, folks. 13 up, 13 down for Anibal Sanchez. And the top of the order coming up for the Fish in the 6th inning.
Copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of the Atlanta Braves and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Atlanta Braves.
Anibal Sanchez is dealing for the Florida Marlins. But Javi Vazquez has been very, very effective too. He has allowed 4 singles in the game. But Vazquez on a roll now has set down 8 consecutive men after a Chris Coghlan 3rd inning single. And Coghlan's the man that will start things off in this scoreless 6th inning. Chipper in at third, thinking Coghlan might try to bunt.
One thing that, or there's a couple of things that they keep saying about Chris Coghlan that endears himself to managers like Freddie Gonzalez and would to Bobby Cox too, and that is he plays the game the right way and he respects the game. And some people might say, well, what do you mean by respects the game? And that is that he plays the game obviously the way it's supposed to be played, by hustling. He doesn't show anybody up. He's a professional. and now knows how to handle himself. He got some character.
1 ball, 2 strikes. Vasquez, another strikeout. That's 6 for him in the game. And a good start to the top half of this inning. Braves baseball on Peachtree TV and HD, brought to you by the Georgia Aquarium. There's always something new at the world's largest aquarium. Visit GeorgiaAquarium.org.
Speaking of Georgia, how about the Warner Robins Little League team? They got off to a good start in the Little League World Series today. They hammered Iowa 11-3. Way to go, lads.
Don't they win the Little League World Series about every 4 years down there in
Warner Robins?
Warner Robins, Columbus. They take turns.
Pretty much dominant, don't they? 1 ball, no strikes. Fly ball left center field off the bat of Ross Glode. That's going to drop for a base hit. And Glode is 1 for 3 in the game. And that stops the string of 9 in a row for Vasquez. He'll have to go back to the stretch.
And Glode just fought that off. Not a bad pitch.
So everybody in the Southeast will keep an eye on the Georgia boys in the Little League World Series. Jorge Cantu also paying close attention to the Little League World Series. He played for the Reynoso, Mexico team several years ago. In fact, it was 15 years ago. And they lost to Venezuela. As that ball bounces in front of McCann, and then he can't get a handle with a bare hand. Wild pitch.
Just a little tight on that curve, and then it came up. Brian did a good job of getting in front of it, but then it went off the heel of his glove, and that kind of springboarded it to the chest protector. One thing that the Marlins talk about with respect to their good run lately has been doing the little things more consistently with their offense. Moving runners, getting them in.
Little bloop into shallow right center. There's where Hanley Ramirez aims with runners in scoring position, and it pays off in a big way, and he moves up an extra 90 feet. We talked about it earlier in this game. With runners at second or third, he just tries to dump the ball into the right center field gap. He does, breaking Javi Vasquez in his shutout bid with his 83rd RBI in the Marlins' upper run.
And it's a bad choice on Matt Diaz's part, trying to throw out the runner. Slider that was really out on the outside corner. He hits it off the end of the bat. But Matt had too far to go here to get to this ball. It was on the third hop that he picked it up. He's got no chance to get Glode. And in his efforts, allowed Ramirez to get into scoring position.
Which takes away a double play ball with 1 out. Here's Ugla now. Dan has struck out and popped out. And fouls one now off his left foot. Well, that wild pitch certainly hurts, doesn't it?
Boy, huge.
Speaking of little things adding up to big problems, that may turn out to be the biggest play in this game.
Ugla's 0 for 2 tonight. I mentioned his good series here back in April when he was 6 for 11, 2 doubles, 6 RBIs. But they're the career numbers. Check it out. 28 RBIs in 30 games, and it's the highest batting average of any National League park he's played in.
One ball, 2 strikes.
Columbia, lives in Columbia, Tennessee, and you said you saw some of his family members out in the center field plaza tonight.
Well, I think it was his wife and some of his in-laws and friends and family, and I believe there was a little kid that looked just like Dan fielding ground balls. You saw him too, right?
I saw him down on the field earlier too.
Little blonde-haired kid, cute as a button.
about 3 and almost as tall as Dan.
Yeah. Has a little trouble with the ground ball right at him, too. But he throws left-handed and throws rockets, which was neat to see. See, there he is. Dan's no dummy. He knows the future. If you're left-handed, you can pitch forever, right?
Spent an image of his pop. Good pitch. I wondered if they would give in to him, but got the count to 2-2, and Ugla got greedy trying to get that run in and chased a bad ball. Off the plate, never ever had the plate.
Well, again, it's high risk, high reward with Ugla. He's a super player, hits a lot of home runs, but when he gets in the strikeout rut, that's what happens, as Javi a nice even number of 2,200 strikeouts for his career. 7 in tonight's game, and Baker bats with another big run in scoring position, but now 2 outs. Another ball gets away from Bryan, but no advance by Ramirez. As the count now 2-0. They're back in action in New York. Phillies won, Mets won. That game's in inning number 2 tonight. The Braves hoping the Mets can put together a good game and help them out in the East. Giants play the Rockies at 9 o'clock tonight. Those two teams 1-2 in the wild card race.
He hasn't walked anyone tonight, and he hasn't really come close to throwing a strike to Baker here, which leads you to believe that, well, this kind of answers it right here. They're going to put him on and work to the right-handed hitter.
So Baker intentionally walked. Here's Ross, who's 1 for 2 in the game. Chipper made a good play to rob him of another hit chance back in the 4th inning. 2 on, 2 out, 1-0 Marlins game. Lower portion of the Braves order due in the 6th. Anibal Sanchez has not given up a hit yet and has retired 13 straight men.
And this guy's been hot in August. He's been, certainly from a home run standpoint, he has more homers than anybody on their ball club this month with 5.
Fly ball center field, but not very well hit. Jammed him a bit, and the strategy works as Cody Ross flies out. A pass ball right now, the biggest play in this game. It allowed a base runner, Glode, to move into scoring position, where Hanley Ramirez lobs a broken bat single to drive home the game's only run so far.
The Office is branching out, and this fall they're delivering the good 5 times a week.
That's what she said.
The Office, coming this fall to Peachtree TV.
I owe Brian McCann an apology. I said a passed ball was one of the biggest pitches in this game. That was a wild pitch. I beg Brian's pardon. But no matter how you scored, a runner moving to second came home on the blue pit by Ramirez, and the Marlins enjoy a 1-0 lead. The Braves' bats as cool as that snow cone tonight. 13 up, 13 down with Gurecki, Vasquez, and Omar Infante coming up for the Braves.
It's weird how injuries affect the team and how the timing of it is such that it affects the team. For example, read Gurecki playing tonight. Braves have been loaded with left-handed hitting outfielders. 3 of the 4 outfielders they have are lefties, so that means on any given night 2 have to play at least, even if a lefty's pitching. But now Anderson is laid up along with McLeod, so Gurecki is forced into action, and there's a right-handed pitcher going, so there's more right-handers in there tonight.
Sanchez took a little off that breaking ball. He's changing speeds with that pitch, too. That went down to 72 miles an hour. Gurecki was fooled with strike 2. Now takes a fastball for a 3-strike finish to his at-bat in this inning. 7 strikeouts for Sanchez.
Pitched him backwards. Started him with breaking balls, finished him with a fastball on the corner. Struck Reed out chasing a breaking ball his first time up. 14 in a row Sanchez is set down in his return to the big leagues from the DL.
8 strikeouts is his season high. As that ball popped up over near the Braves dugout and 6 rows up.
Because of the seriousness of his shoulder injury in 07, I mean, when he suffered the injury against Atlanta in early May, there were concerns that his career might be over, that he may have done irreparable damage, but he did not. It was just a strain, and he's been able to come back.
I got to ask you this: why in the world is not Dr. Job, Dr. Curlin is a line drive, breaks up the no-hit bid. How about that? First Atlanta hit, it's Javi Vasquez.
You can fool those professional hitters, but you can't fool a pitcher. No way you can set him up. Like a little slider or cut fastball. There wasn't much break to it, and Javi ropes it into left field. So why aren't Dr.
Job, Dr. Curlin, Dr. Andrews already in the Hall of Fame
as contributors to the game?
Isn't that one of the prerequisites of being in the Hall of Fame? You're recognized for your contributions to the sport.
I think it's justifiable.
I mean, you can put together a list of not just good pitchers, great pitchers, Hall of Fame guys whose careers were saved, if not prolonged, by the revolutionary medical techniques that they have perfected in Birmingham and out in California. Fly ball foul, and the point further of that is it's not like those guys are going to get better at their jobs. You know, why not afford them the honor that is due them and let them enjoy that while they're still with us?
Speaking of injuries, Omar Infante wears a protective device to protect his hand from being struck by a baseball, and after that swing, that protective, I guess it velcros onto his batting glove. It came flying off.
1 ball, 1 strike. And now back out of play, foul. Omar might want to get that.
No.
Not. I don't think Jeff Porter wants to see that.
No. Put it back on.
good news is if he doubles, he'll be well protected.
Yes.
Chop toward third. Helms has it. One at second. Oh, what a turn. Beautifully done by Dan Ugla. And that retires the side. The Braves break up the no-hit bid, but a 5-4-3 double play ends the bottom of the 6th inning. Marlins lead it 1-0.
Braves baseball on Peachtree TV. Brought to you by the World of Coca-Cola. Where else but the World of Coca-Cola could jog a 7-foot-tall polar bear? Take home a free 8-ounce glass bottle of Coke produced on site. And taste over 60 different beverages from around the world. Make plans to visit the World of Coca-Cola today.
Good pitching on display in Game 1 of the weekend series, but sadly it's Anibal Sanchez, 1 run better than Javier Vasquez. In fact, the Braves starter is the only Brave with a hit tonight. And that came just moments ago in Atlanta's 6th inning. Now Vasquez out there for the 7th. Will face the lower third of the Florida order. The Florida pen was busy with Dan Meyer up and throwing. We'll see if Freddie Gonzalez allows Sanchez to continue on as he comes back from not 1 but 2 shoulder injuries this year.
He made 5 rehab starts and worked a total of 23 1/3 innings. Pitched great, and 1.92 ERA. But obviously you'd wonder about his conditioning with this being his first start back.
Certainly can't wonder about the results, at least to this point. He's been terrific. As Vasquez misses high to Jeremy Hermida. 1 ball, no strikes.
Outside of the first inning, he hasn't had to work hard either. He's only thrown 80 pitches.
Set down 14 in a row at one point. Has a couple of double play balls. He struck out 7. We won't know until we ask after the ball game or before the game tomorrow, but I've been surprised by the velocity he's shown.
I bet the Marlins are too. I bet Freddie Gonzalez and Mark Wiley are especially surprised. But again, he kind of forced the issue. He was on the soapbox, if you will, wanting to pitch and wanting to be activated because of the good work he had put in his rehab, and they needed him, as you pointed out.
Well, you can never have too much pitching. Just ask the Red Sox about that. They thought they were going to cruise in the East. And their pitching has fallen apart. The Braves are going to have themselves a very nice dilemma in the next couple of weeks, too. What do you do when Tim Hudson's ready to pitch? As Hermida hits it a mile high to right. Did he get under it too much? Leaping try and gone. A home run for Jeremy Hermida. And Vasquez makes a mistake.
The Marietta native Jeremy Hermida comes back to haunt the Braves, and You see a pitch that was left up and out over the plate. Vasquez had pretty much owned him all night with off-speed stuff. But not this time. And from the replay, it looked like it hit the top of the wall, went over, hit the back wall, and came back.
It's almost like Javi was saying, come back, ball.
Yeah.
But no such luck. And now it's a 2-0 Florida lead. Marlins hit their 122nd home run as a team, and Wes Helms splits the gap in right center. Diaz cuts it off, but has to settle before firing the ball back toward the infield. And 2 straight extra base hits has Vasquez a little frustrated. Now McCann to the mound to slow the game down a bit. Roger McDowell may join the conversation, but this, I think, is a critical juncture in this game.
Well, he may have lost some concentration there after being frustrated by the homer. Got to get that out of your head and get back to the next hitter.
And the next hitter is the Florida pitcher, Anibal Sanchez, who you figure with nobody out will be trying to bunt.
Here's another look at the home run ball. Diaz made a leap for it, but it hit right on top of the, what appeared to be right on top of the yellow line, and then ricocheted off the back wall.
And if that ball had hit the top of the wall and bounced back on the field of play, it's not a home run.
Correct.
And that play would have been reviewable if necessary, but Scott Berry had a very good look at it, hustling out to get a good angle, and no need to review it. Lightning flashing above as Sanchez squares to bunt and lays down an absolute beauty. He could do no wrong tonight. Helms to third with 1 out.
Braves bullpen getting ready in a hurry, with Moylan and O'Flaherty busy.
So a homer, a double, and a sacrifice turns the lineup over to Chris Coghlan. 34th hit came in the 3rd inning. That leads everybody in our league this month. Infield in for him as Vasquez delivers low, ball 1.
Coghlan's already had a ton of opportunities with a runner at third and less than 2 out. He hasn't been up that long, but 19 chances already. 13 for 19, as you saw.
Well, the old saying about young players, never believe what you see in the spring or September, because the work in spring training can be deceiving, as can be the 40-man call-up time. Well, Coghlan's been doing this work since right around July 1st. And all he's done is hit and hit some more. And in a year where there really hasn't been a standout rookie of the year candidate, you've got to throw Coghlan in that mix for the Marlins.
Especially getting your attention by leading the league in hits this month.
Yeah, when you have more hits than guys like Pujols and Holiday
and your teammates got
Ramirez,
a hitting streak going.
I think it's safe. So you could say the Marlins are kind of following the Braves' philosophy. They've always drafted wisely. They've made very good, inexpensive free agent signings because they've had to. Full count, good pitch. They know they don't have the margin for error that many other clubs do when it comes to acquiring players, and so they make very sound business and baseball decisions.
They do a great job of scouting, both professional and free agent. Coghlan's been kind of falling away from the plate tonight, which is unusual for him. I know he hit the ball to left field his first time up.
And did it again.
Really kind of on his heels a little bit. That's worked for Hobby the last 2 times with a couple of swings and misses for strikeouts, and that's a huge strikeout here. Running the ball away from him, but pulling away from the plate was Chris, and that helped.
The only guy that I've seen recently that can hit like that is Ichiro. And he ain't Ichiro yet. 22,608 the crowd tonight. Braves down a couple of runs for Ross Glode now with a man at third and 2 outs and a quick strike.
Huge run at third base. And you just got a big strikeout with the infield in. Don't let up here. He gets ahead of Glode, then finish him off. And you know how he can turn around a fastball, as he showed in that pinch hit 3-run homer. He hit off Soriano for the game winner down in Florida.
Two balls, 2 strikes.
2 good spots, too. Got to head 0-2 and then try a backdoor slider that's a little too far off the plate, and then went up the ladder and was a little too high with it to get him to chase. Changeup might be a good call here.
Ground ball deep, short, and through. It's 3-0 Florida. Glode with a clutch 2-out hit. His second hit of the night. Plates Wes Helms. And Javi Vasquez, a homer, a double, and a single in the 7th. Now trails it 3-0.
That's right where Brian McCann wanted it. Fastball away is what they chose. But Escobar couldn't knock it down.
So 2 hits for Glode, 2 hits already for Hanley Ramirez, who now has a 16-game hitting streak, and the crowd quieted for the moment. And a high towering fly ball belted left field. Gurecki twists, turns, can't get it, and it's a home run. We talked earlier tonight about how Vasquez, for the most part, has avoided 1 bad inning. He's not been able to avoid 1 bad inning tonight, and it came in the 7th.
Like a breaking ball that he kind of one-handed. Yeah, but it was up. It was a hanger, belt high. He might have been fooled, but he's so strong, even with the top end coming off, enough to get it right over the top of the fence. That's 2 this inning. That just cleared.
Couple of mistakes by Vasquez up in the zone, and the hard-hit Marlins did not miss them. A home run by Jeremy Hermida to right. Hanley Ramirez cracks 1 to left. A 4-run inning continues for the Marlins. They're up 5-zip as Bobby Cox makes our call to the bullpen, brought to you by AT&T, your world delivered.
Hello, Braves fans. JJ here in the 755 Club, and I'm here to let you know what we've got in store for you next weekend right here on Peachtree TV. 3 nights, 1 great movie from director Steven Spielberg comes the action-packed film Minority Report, starring Tom Cruise. You have 3 chances to watch starting next Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. So as the craziness of back to school winds down, what a better way to spend it watching a fantastic movie only on Peachtree TV. Don't you miss it.
All right, JJ, thank you very much. It's a 5-0 Florida game. Boy, they erupted quick, didn't they, in the 6th and the 7th?
Well, they get a run in the 6th inning on some clutch hitting by Ramirez with 1 out, thanks to a wild pitch that put a runner in scoring position. And then, while they already had a run in from Hermida, he just couldn't quite get glowed, and that leads to a big inning.
So Peter Moylan on to try to end this inning and gets the ground ball he was hoping for. 1 pitch takes care of the Marlins second baseman, but not before they score 4 times on 4 hits. Hermida homers to right. Hanley Ramirez drives home his second and third man of this ball game. He's up to 85 ribbies. And the Braves, with 1 hit, have got to get busy late at home.
When it comes to being cops, they're at the top of their game. Law and Order SVU, coming this fall to Peachtree TV.
$5-0 is your score. Chip and Joe back with you tonight on Peachtree TV. The Braves, 1 hit. That's from Javi Vasquez. Now we'll have Church, Chipper, and McCann coming up against Anibal Sanchez, who, as you mentioned, partner, has kicked and screamed and pitched his way back into rotation and has been exactly what the Marlins have been looking for: efficient, effective, and leading in this ball game.
No question about the efficiency. Only 80 pitches, and the 2 walks you saw, 1 was to Infante leading off the game. 1 was with Chipper, to Chipper, with 1 out in the first inning, but got a double play to get out of that, and has been smooth sailing since then with only 1 base runner, and that was the hit by Vasquez. And he's got 5 runs to work with now. They had the bullpen busy, and they still do with Dan Meyer, but Sanchez is back out. Looks like he wants to work at least 1 more inning.
Can't say that I blame him. He's been just terrific in the series opener for this Marlins ball club. While we have a minute, let's get you caught up on all the other scores of note in the playoff push now. Giants score 3 times in the top of the first inning at Colorado. San Francisco 3-0, bottom 1 now at Coors Field. Phillies trail the Mets 4-1. Jeff Francoeur hit a home run for the Mets. That came against Cole Hamels. That's 11 home runs for Francoeur so far this year. Over in the American League, the Angels scuffling a bit. Toronto's beating them 5-1. Yankees 12-4-0 over Boston. That game's in the bottom of the fifth inning. Brad Penny started that one against Andy Pettitte. And the Tampa Bay Rays 5-0 over the Rangers. That game's in the sixth inning. Scott Kazmir pitching for Tampa Bay tonight, with Carlos Pena and Ben Zobrist going deep for the Tampa Bay Rays. Here's Ryan Church starting the seventh. Shows bunt, takes a ball. 1 ball, no strikes. Here's your Longboat Key scorecard, brought to you by the Longboat Key Club and Resort. Plan the perfect summer getaway today at longboatkeyclub.com. Fair ball over the bag. Second Atlanta hit. Church around first. Hermida can't stop him from reaching second. There's a start. A leadoff double for Ryan Church.
I would guess that Sanchez will have a very short leash, given this is his first start back. Good swing by Church on a slider down and in. Looked like he might have hit the bag. Good call again by Scott Berry. And as suspected, here comes Freddie Gonzalez.
6+ for Anibal Sanchez. 2 hits. He struck out 7 men. He walked 2. Those came in the very first inning, and then set down 14 straight before Javi Vasquez broke up the no-hit bid. So a very welcome back for the Florida Marlins right-hander. Freddie Gonzalez and the Fish are in the pen, and this call to it brought to you by AT&T, your world delivered.
Hello, everybody. Your man JJ here at the beautiful 755 Club. And I got a question I want to ask each and every one of you Braves fans out there. Are you ready for some SEC football? Well then, starting Saturday, September 5th, Peachtree TV will be your Atlanta home for 13 SEC football matchups. Check it out. Florida, Tennessee, Auburn, Alabama, and your Georgia Bulldogs, and the rest of the SEC Conference is right here on Peachtree TV. Now, don't forget, every Saturday is SEC Saturday right here on Peachtree TV. The best play here, baby. Don't miss it.
That knife is the Georgia Bulldogs. That piece of turkey is the rest of the SEC this year, buddy.
Wow. That's laying down the law. I was just amused that somehow JJ found the food. That's a real shocker.
Great job. I saw that. Great job, by the way, by Anibal Sanchez, a 2-hitter, and he gives way to former Braves farmhand Dan Meyer, had one of his best games in the big leagues against Atlanta in relief this year.
Yeah, he did back in May. He struck out 5, but his last outing was 5 days ago, and maybe he needed a little rest because he has been in a lot of ball games, but against Colorado in a doubleheader, worked 2 innings, gave up a couple of runs and a walk. Real good numbers, though, as you see in 55 games. Part of the deal that brought Tim Hudson to Atlanta from Oakland.
Meyer's been tougher against righties than he's been against lefties this year, which is somewhat odd. And he turns Chipper around with a man aboard and nobody out. Chipper, no hits in his last 18 at-bats. His average down another point to 286.
Marlins tonight with runners on base, 4 for 11. Atlanta has not had many base runners to speak of, but even when they have, they're 0 for 3. Chipper's swing's actually been better right-handed than left, so this is kind of an advantage for him.
1 ball, 1 strike.
I've always admired switch hitters for their ability to hit from both sides, number one. And then when you get to the big leagues and being able to keep your swings going, it's hard enough to keep one side working, let alone two. There's a pretty good switch hitter right there, too.
One ball, 2 strikes. Seems, again, I haven't seen Chipper for the last couple of days, but just watching him tonight, looks like he's in between a lot of pitches.
He is. And that one hurt, trying to stop his swing on that one. That caused a grimace. Might have hurt his wrist a little bit. And there's the grimace.
I don't think Meyer doesn't know that. And he tries to buzz him inside and just missed. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Well, I like what John Baker did there. Remember, Chipper took a fastball from Sanchez that backed up a little bit left-handed, and they tried to do the same thing and hoped to get the call. A lot of times when you're in between two, Chip, it's because you've already made a decision you're going to swing. You're either way out front already, you've already started your hands forward, or you've made up your mind that you know what kind of pitch you're going to get and you guess wrong.
Check swing, rolled toward third. That'll move a runner up. It'll turn into gold as well. An infield hit for Chipper Jones. That works. So many times a hitter will tell you, you just need a little odd at bat to get going.
Another one of those in between hacks too, but this one's perfectly placed. I've seen Wes Helms make that play a lot, especially when he was with Atlanta. He charges the ball well, barehands it cleanly as in this case, but had no chance to get Chipper because he was playing back.
Well, there's the double. There's a little bloop. Now how about a blast to make it a 5-3 game? Brian McCann, a 5-game hitting streak, riding on tonight's play.
Go back to the top of the inning, though, and that's why that Ross Gload at bat was so huge. Vasquez had him 0-2, tried to get him to chase a couple of pitches. He didn't offer, and then made a pretty good pitch to the outside part of the plate, and Gload went with it and found a hole. It was just a huge base hit. It led to 3 more runs.
Yeah, you don't get those. Let's say Gload gets his, but you get Hanley Ramirez. It's a 3-0 game, and you've got the tying run at the plate here with nobody out. But as they say, if wishes were horses, beggars would ride. You got to live with the score. It's 5-0. Let's see if the Braves can rally late. A lot of power in this lineup with McCann and LaRoche next, then Escobar. With Kiko Calero up in the Florida pen. Hot shot, speared by Ugla. 1 out.
That one was trying to hook away from Ugla. But even in a double play situation, he's cheated over toward the hole. If that's just a normal double play situation, he's a little more up the middle, but not on McCann. He was a little to his left, and that put him in a position to make the play.
Adam LaRoche 0 for 2. With Atlanta, came into tonight's game hitting over 400 as a Brave. 6 homers, 12 RBIs, and 57 at bats. And a good stop by Baker. That one nearly got by. 1 ball, no strikes.
Same number of homers for both Adam and Casey, but in a lot fewer games for Adam. He's just been on a tear. He hit last night, Chip. I said after the game, I doubt that in Johan Santana's life, he's never given up on 3 consecutive pitches, 3 harder hit balls than he did on 3 straight pitches to Adam LaRoche. 2 that were home run distance but pulled foul, and then on the 3rd, a line drive single to right.
Yeah, I didn't think Santana's velocity was very good last night. His changeup location wasn't very good. If he doesn't have that, that's real trouble.
He had bad command in the zone last night and never broke 90 with a fastball.
Towering fly ball down the right field line that should reach the seats. And it does by a row or 2. And again, we talked about how important it is going to be for this Braves club these last 6-7 weeks to hit left-handed pitching. This is a predominant left-hand hitting offensive ball club. And LaRoche facing Meyer here with 2 on and 1 out in a 5-0 game. LaRoche now working the count 3-1. You can take away the lefty-lefty advantage for the pitcher now.
Yeah, he should get a good pitch to hit. Especially with a 5-run lead, you don't want to start walking people.
Driven deep left field. That's got a shot to go. 2-run game.
Stay locked in. Fastball down the middle. Didn't try to do too much with it by trying to pull it. Went the other way and crushed it. He can hit them out to all parts of the ballpark. Braves have now homered in 7 straight games and 13 of their last 14.
And still only 1 out. That ends the night for Dan Meyer. Kiko Calero is coming on to pitch. And as a partner of mine used to say in times like this, we've got a Waco.
Yes, we do. Braves come right back and get 3 of them back. Still batting here in the bottom of the 7th. Let's take a look at the Braves' upcoming schedule. Brought to you by Airtran Airways. Go. There's nothing stopping you. Nothing stopping Adam LaRoche right now either. Tomorrow night, 7 o'clock start. Hanson against Volstat right here on Peachtree TV. Ron Gant and I'll have that one for you. Shambi and I will be on Fox Sports South on Sunday for the finale of the Marlins series. That'll be a 1:35 Sunday start. Day off Monday. Then the Padres come to town. All 3 games on Sports South. All 3 games a 7:10 start. And all the games on the Braves flagship radio station, Project 961 FM.
Project 4-0 on for the Marlins. Kiko Calero trying to restore some order. Braves now within just 2 runs.
Slider throwing Kiko Calero, as he's sometimes called.
Yes.
You'll see a bunch from him.
He's had a very good year.
That's outstanding.
There's one of those sliders you talked about. And he's another guy that's been on the DL with shoulder problems. Has not allowed a home run in the big league since June 17th of 2007 against the Cardinals, team for whom he used to pitch. Another slider. This one finds a hole. Hanley off balance throw. Not in time. Infield hit. Tying run to the plate. Can you believe this?
This one just gets by Wes Helms, and Hanley Ramirez, who has greatly improved his defense this year. Only 8 errors this season. Almost turns in a spectacular play. Escobar hustling down the line, just beats it. There's another hot hitter.
Last 13 games for Diaz, 375, 3 homers, 11 driven in. Can he tie this game with 1 swing? The answer is yes. The right question is, will he? Braves fans are hoping so.
Can't say enough about the swing of Adam LaRoche on a 3-1 pitch. You see home run hitters always try to twist themselves in the ground trying to jump on one and pull it. And he hit it a mile the other way.
And the key to that at bat was having the patience to work the count a little bit. As we said, the lefty-lefty advantage disappears as a hitter if you're down 1-2, or from the pitcher standpoint if you're behind in the count 3-1 like Meyer was.
7 homers, 15 RBIs with Atlanta.
So Anibal Sanchez left this game thinking this was a sure thing for a win. Now the Braves, threatening late, are within just 2 runs.
Had Matty chasing some pitches up tonight. Gotta get his strike zone lowered down just a little bit.
And he couldn't do it. They just kept climbing the ladder rung by rung, and Diaz down on strikes for the 2nd time tonight.
Very high this time, and no chance to get on top of that one. Chased some bad pitches tonight that put him in some bad counts and caused a couple of strikeouts.
Well, if the Marlins are going to make the playoffs, we talked earlier about how much more their starting pitchers are going to have to work. Their bullpen tonight is going to go over 400 innings of relief this season. And we still have 40 some odd games left.
So there's a balancing act that Freddie Gonzalez is trying to handle there, with trying not to pile on too many innings on those guys who are already on career highs, like Johnson and Volstad. But you need him to go deep to save innings for the bullpen.
That's why, again, getting Sanchez back And getting him deep in the game so important as Reed Gurecki hits a fly ball into shallow center field. That'll be caught by Ross. Braves come back and answer the Marlins' 4-run top of the inning with 3 themselves in the bottom half. Adam LaRoche unloads with a long 3-run homer to make it a 5-3 game now, heading to the top of the 8th.
Two-run ball game as we go to the 8th inning. Time for tonight's Home Depot know-how question, and it comes from Julian Smyrna, who wants to know who will win the National League Rookie of the Year award. Well, we wish we knew, Julie, but we've got some nominees certainly, and I picked that guy right there at the beginning of the year to win it, and he hasn't disappointed. Tommy Hansen's been outstanding. Jay Happ, I would guess, probably would be the leader in most people's minds, the pitcher for the Phillies, because he's been up all year long and in the rotation for the Phillies. And his kid, Chris Coughlin, has worked his way into discussions about it as well.
A couple of names to keep an eye on, too. Garrett Jones of the Pirates leads rookies in batting average, leads rookies in home runs. Colby Rasmus of the Cardinals is going to get some ink, too.
Sure.
But really, nobody has jumped out with a gigantic year among any of the rookies, which the more your team plays meaningful games into September and October, I would assume the more press and publicity you're going to get.
You know, if Tommy Hansen keeps winning games, he'll do just that.
John Baker rolls to second with O'Flaherty in to pitch. And your point worth repeating about Jay Happ, you look at the numbers and you say, okay, Happ's got a better ERA than Tommy Hansen. Happ has one more win than Tommy Hansen. He's also been in the big leagues since opening day. Tommy Hansen's been here 2 months.
Mm-hmm. A lot of wins in a short amount of time.
Yep.
Where you've got to give Ruben Amaro of the Phillies some credit too, and they were trying to improve their staff and needed another starter, and were able to land Cliff Lee, who's been lights out for them. I think he's 4-0. They didn't have to give up Jay Happ to do it. They gave up their #1 pitching prospect from 2 years ago, a kid named Carrasco, and some other players that really didn't disrupt their major league team or their top prospects.
And I predict that someday Kyle Drabeck is going to win 40 games in a year because they were not going to trade him for Roy Halladay.
Yeah. Right.
If Kyle Drabeck is going to be better than Roy Halladay, book the Phillies for about 9 world championships in a row. But seriously, I agree with you. I think Ruben Amaro did a great job. How do you beat a guy that's 4-0 without giving up your top guy? That's very, very good work.
And that's what Blanton did for them last year after they got him from Oakland. He went on a tear. I think he went 5-0 down the stretch from August 1st on.
High pop fly foul by Cody Ross. He'll stay alive at 1 ball and 2 strikes. Here's the East up to the minute. Again, the Braves and Marlins tied for second. They're tied for third in the wild card. And the Braves, while winning series of late, have been making it tough on themselves by losing a lot of game ones of those series. As O'Flaherty takes care of Ross, he strikes out for the first time tonight. 1 man down.
That's a good point, Chip. If the Braves, and we talked about this last homestand, if they can continue to win 2 out of 3, win some series along the way, I mean, as you're going, then you're putting yourself in a position, we've factored it out, they'd win 91 games. And that should be enough to get in.
Yeah, many say, and we don't know, but many think 89 to 91 is going to be good enough to win the wild card. But what it does when you lose that first game is it takes away the greed factor. You win the first one, you think about the second one. You get the second one, then you start thinking about sweeps. As Hermida sprays one to center, and O'Flaherty, a very good inning.
I've found in my experience it's very tough to sweep if you lose the first one.
Really?
I'll talk more about that with you later.
Georgia grad might need the explanation. 5-3, Braves need a rally late.
Saturday is SEC Saturday on Peachtree TV. SEC Saturdays on Peachtree TV. A new tradition is born.
Chip and Joe back with you in Atlanta. Can the Braves come back from a 5-0 deficit? They are going to have the top of the order in this inning, and big poppers to follow, facing a Marlin bullpen that at times has had some issues with bases on balls and long home runs. Braves could use a few of those starting in this 8th inning. Greg Norton will begin things. Omar Infante, Ryan Church next. Then the big bats. Rangel Pinto and Brandon Donnelly are up in the Florida pen should Kiko Calero have any 8th inning trouble.
There's the Marlin bullpen. A couple of hard throwing setup guys getting ready. Another slider from Calero.
Light rain begins to fall here in Atlanta. Scattered showers expected throughout the night. They've been lucky weather-wise until now. A little ground ball to second. Takes care of Greg Norton for the first out in the 8th inning. Now the top of the order.
need a base runner. This is the part of the order where you can really create some damage. Church, Chipper, McCann, LaRoche to follow Omar.
I want you to explain that sweep thing.
Well, it's really quite simple. The lightning and thunder to keep everybody honest.
Well, I think everybody's waiting what should be a brilliant explanation.
That lightning kind of curtailed my descriptive
yeah,
energy.
Bail out on me now when I need you most.
See, when you lose the first game of a series, that means that no matter what you do, even if you win the next two, your record's going to be 2-1.
Oh, okay.
So that can't be 3-0. That's what happens.
Gotcha.
Flag starched, as you see.
That's not a good sign.
Going straight in from left field.
1-2. Now back into the seats, and that whistles into the crowd. A fan from Mansfield, Georgia, made that catch.
Really?
Yeah. Talking with Terry Pendleton about Mansfield, Georgia before the game. Said a lot of fans were coming over for the game tonight. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Mansfield, the setting for one of the great movies of all time, My Cousin Vinny.
I didn't know that.
I didn't either.
That's really cool.
Terry told me. Was there a better line? The 2 Utes? The 2 what? Liner back to the mound. And Calero fielded his position well. 2 down for Ryan Church.
Another slider and off the end of the bat. And with 2 strikes, you have to guard the plate a little bit. So you're tempted to chase that ball off the plate some. Pitching change here amidst the lightning and thunder. Looks like Bonifacio is going into the outfield. We'll wait to see which one of the pitchers comes in, but one would guess it would be Pinto to pitch to Church.
So Bonifacio will come in and play left for the Marlins. Kiko Calero departs after an inning and a third of 1-hit relief. Reniel Pinto versus Ryan Church next. Unfriendly skies above Turner Field tonight, and an unfriendly score as well. It's a 5-3 game as Reniel Pinto comes on to pitch against Ryan Church. The Marlins also make a defensive switch. Emiliano Bonifacio on to play center field for the Marlins. Cody Ross will move from center field to right field. Coughlin remains in left, and Pinto versus Church with nobody on and 2 men out. 5-3 the score.
And one of the tougher left-handed matchup guys in our division, the National League East, Reniel Pinto. Big, hard-throwing guy with a little bit of a sidearm, 3/4 delivery, hard to hang in there. He's got good sinking action on his fastball and a good slider. his numbers for the year. A lot of walks you see and a strikeout per inning pitch. But for left-handers, it's hard to lay off that slider. Wind up getting yourself behind in the count.
Earlier this year, Freddie Gonzalez summed up Pinto very simply. There's good Pinto and bad Pinto. And at times he doesn't know which one he'll get. Good Pinto pitches just like that. 92 in movement, and he's not going to waste any time knowing the bad weather is flashing up above.
.92 fastball and an .82 slider. And the hot dog wrappers, cotton candy wrappers, are beginning to fly around the ballpark. It's a coming. Crowd of over 22,000 here tonight. They've hung in there despite a 5-0 deficit and threatening weather.
No threat for the Braves, bottom 8. Calero and Pinto retire Atlanta in order. We go to the 9th inning. Marlins looking for some insurance. They're ahead 5-3. We go to the all-important 9th inning. 5-3 is your score. And
fans, a reminder to stay tuned after the game for the AT&T game summary. AT&T, your world delivered. Old Glory starts. Wind has actually shifted a little bit. It was blowing straight in a minute ago. Now it's kind of blowing out toward right.
And the rain is just a misting affair at this point, but a severe weather advisory is now, we understand, being posted by the National Weather Service, and with the lightning flashing even more strongly, some of the fans are moving under the first deck here in the stadium.
His numbers for Chris Medlin have earned him a lot more responsibility from Bobby Cox. And as Chris said, I'm gaining more and more confidence all the time. And you admitted being nervous those first couple of starts he made. This stuff has been very good in recent days. Had a great outing the other night in New York. 2 1/3 innings, 3-hit shutout ball, struck out 5 in 2 1/3.
If I remember reading the same story about which you're speaking, Medlin says, I'm just trying to be more aggressive with my fastball. He's always had a good one. He's always thrown it for strikes. Maybe got away from that, respecting these major league hitters a little too much at the start of his big league stint.
Easy to do. Easy to do, and you give him too much credit.
balls and a strike. Rain coming down just a little bit heavier. We see the fans in the lower bowl now making their way toward cover. And leadoff walk in the ninth inning to Wes Helms.
Need to have a quick inning here. I mean, weather related is the primary reason. We've got Chipper, McCann, and LaRoche due up in the ninth. You see Bobby there. Let's go.
Here's Bonifacio. This guy had a huge first month for the Marlins. As that one fouled off McCann. Remember, he played third base. Very speedy guy. Was hitting everything in sight at the start of the year, then tailed off dramatically for the Florida club.
He also did a lot of damage in that first series here when the Marlins swept. But since then, the Braves have had his number. Six for 37 on the year with 13 strikeouts.
Leo Nunez, I beg your pardon, Joe's up in the Florida pen. He's their acting closer. They've got Matt Lindstrom too, but he's had some arm issues this summer.
This kid can bring it.
Two strikes to Bonifacio, hitting .257. And he went around and is down on strikes.
14 strikeouts for him against Atlanta on the year. Change up there, circle change from Chris Medlin, and a beauty. Tried not to stride, but still committed, and quick out.
Does Bonifacio mean happy face in Spanish?
It does.
He doesn't have one after that swing.
But I actually have no idea.
Oh. Because as you know, if you then walked him, you would be putting on your happy face.
Yeah.
Oh, don't worry, only 4 more to go. 5-3 your score. Runner at first with 1 out. Swing and foul back to Coughlin. One for 4 is he tonight. His last 2 at bats, those swinging strikeouts you mentioned, he's really bailing out.
Yeah, that's not something he did when we saw him down in Florida a few weeks ago. He was hitting the ball with authority to left center and left field, and tonight hit the ball to left his first time up, so I thought it was more of the same, but since then that's not been the case. His base hit was up the middle.
The front has officially hit the ballpark. We've noticed cool about 10 degrees in about the last minute. And with that, the wind really howling and the rain starting to come down even harder.
Chasing more fans to cover.
Come on, Chris, throw strikes. 2 balls and a strike, your count. The lily-livered print media has to shut the windows in the ninth inning. 2 balls, 2 strikes. What's up with that?
Oh, come on.
That's weak.
Like they even write on notepads anymore. Oh, no. Tim Cheetah says, bring him out.
Really?
And I think Ed Mangan had come out of the dugout to give him a heads up. And that was all Tim Cheetah needed.
So at 10:15, make it 10:16 according to the scoreboard clock. We're going to have a rain delay in the ninth inning. I guess turnabout is fair play. We've seen enough rain delays late down in Miami at Landshark Stadium. But Tim Cheetah, knowing the lightning is striking all around the ballpark, knowing the weather forecast is not good tonight, is going to halt play in this ninth inning. here in Atlanta with the Marlins ahead by a 5-3 score. It is an official game, so if weather continues to come down for quite some time.
We just need to point out that time and time only has been called.
Yes, thank you.
And I'm just so happy that the print media got their windows closed so that nobody got their computer wet or got their notes messed up. God.
Well, as Furman Bisher would have said, Joe, they don't make them like they used to, do they?
No. High and dry over there.
But we are here battling the elements, battling those feisty Marlins. But as you know, you can't fool or beat Mother Nature as rain pouring down out the ballpark. We're going to send it off to America's Funniest Home Videos. Joe will have updates for you. I'm headed over to the radio side for the always exciting Rain Delay Show on the Braves Radio Network.
And I think this episode is maybe the funniest I've ever seen.
There. You'll have to tell me all about it. I'll be stuck over there. We'll see you in a few minutes. 5-3 in the ninth inning. Rain delay here at Turner Field in Atlanta.
to go. No other changes for the Braves defensively other than Boone Logan takes over.
And very important fact we found out on the rain delay show, every cow in the southeast is laying down. And first pitch ground ball hit right to Adam LaRoche, and he applies the tag. Runner moves up 90 feet. That's Wes Helms. 2 outs in the 9th inning. Remember, bottom half of this inning, we'll have Chipper Jones, Brian McCann, and Roche coming up. So plenty of thunder on a night where we've seen plenty of that, lightning and rain too.
No question.
Two-hour and 28-minute delay officially.
I've heard of longer delays at the beginning of a game.
Yes,
but never in the 9th inning of
right.
the game.
And
so again, it bears out what you were talking about with the patience of Tim Cheetah and the crew.
Ross Glode, the hitter, big run out at second base. Got to stop that from scoring as Glode down a strike. The game was 8-0, 9-0. May not have lightweighted that long.
Yeah, they may have thrown the flag.
A few hearty souls left at the ballpark tonight. 22,608 was the official paid attendance. But as this thing moves into the wee hours of the morning, discretion the better part of valor for most of the paid group tonight.
I'm proud of you for still having a voice after sitting over there for
Lemmer was great.
2.5.
Mark Lemke we had great callers. Like we said, all the fans were calling from all across the southeast, all throughout the state, telling us that their cows were laying down too. You know, when it rains, as Dad used to say, the cows are laying down. So got that straightened out. And that just missed the inside corner. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
I know one cow that wasn't.
Yeah, I know. That's a very unique cow, Howard. It's a hybrid.
Stood up through the whole thing.
Hit toward third. Wet baseball. Make a good throw, Chipper, and he got him by a step. So Boone Logan comes on and takes care of. Well, one thing that gives you some hope as we head to the bottom of the 9th inning, the man that's called upon to close the game for the Marlins will give up a long ball. Leo Nunez has allowed 9 home runs this year in 52 1/3 innings. But he does have 13 saves, 3 wins, and 4 losses.
He's worked 6 innings against the Braves this year, 3 hits and a run, walked 2, struck out 6, though, 1 per inning, and has allowed a home run. Throws hard. Has a pretty good slider, too, but his fastball's his pitch. He and Lindstrom, they're co-closers.
First man up, Chipper Jones. First pitch swinging. Bounces to second. And out is Chipper Jones.
Well, we still don't know if Nunez is throwing strikes tonight. Don't know what Chipper's hurry was there, but he was in one.
So 1 pitch, 1 out. Brings up Brian McCann, whose 5-game hit streak is on the line here in the 9th inning. Brian is hitting to double play, struck out, and has lined out to second. Nothing wrong with this guy's arm.
Well, that was 95.
Nunez in a trade with the Royals for Mike Jacobs just before Halloween of last year. 4-1 in 45 games with the Royals. Didn't have a major league save until this season with the Marlins. He's out of Jamao Norte of the Dominican Republic. And McCann chased a bad ball in the dirt. And the Marlins are 1 out away from second place to themselves in the division.
Hard sinker there. Got Mac. Easy so far here in the 9th for Nunez.
Adam LaRoche, the final hope for Atlanta. Adams accounted for all of Atlanta's runs batted in tonight with a long 3-run homer the other way in the 7th inning in tonight's game. That came off Dan Meyer, who relieved Anibal Sanchez, who in this 2-hour and 20-minute rain delay, his efforts were nearly lost. 2 hits in 6+ innings. The first Atlanta hit didn't come until the 6th inning when Braves pitcher Javi Vasquez singled over short. Driven into the right field corner. That's going to find some dirt. And that ball's going to drop. Adam LaRoche is going to try for 2. The throw is in time, and that's how your game ends. What a throw in right by Cody Ross. Ross threw that ball so hard he might have hurt his shoulder. He pitched against a major league club this year and showed off a rocket to Rob LaRoche and end the game at second.
Perfect play off the carom from the wall. And a great throw to get at him. And Nunez thrilled to death because he doesn't have to face the potential tying run. Ball game.
So the Florida Marlins win game 1 of the weekend series. After a 2-hour and 28-minute rain delay, Leo Nunez takes care of business, and the Marlins a 5-3 victory. We'll put a nice, neat bow on it for you right after this.